All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krstići.
I note that the accused are all present in court today. We will continue now to hear the evidence of prosecution witness W04752. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, Mr. Zarapi.
Good morning.
I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Speak into the microphone. Wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. I remind you of all these things, but I know you've been doing it so far, so you really don't need the reminder. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you again that, as advised previously, you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer, and that if such a question arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. We continue now with the questions from the Thaçi defense at this time. Mr. Misetich, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Zarapi.
Good morning.
Start today with a discussion of the reorganization of the KLA in November of 1998. But I would like to start first with an understanding of some principles that may or may not have been applied in the restructuring. Are you familiar from your time in the Yugoslav army and in the army of Bosnia with the principle of singleness of command? In Serbian, they would say jedinstvenosti komandovanja.
Entirely, yes.
The principle is singleness of command plus subordination in the structure of an army. Would you agree?
Yes.
Subordination, a principle as far as you were taught in the higher military academy that applied in the Yugoslav army.
Yes.
principle when the reorganization began that you and Mr. Sula tried to apply in restructuring the KLA, applying the principles of singleness of command?
Përpjekja ka qenë
We made attempts from the beginning to the end, but it's not the same. I need to explain this. I apologize if you allow me. The development of a regular army, development of the command, compare it to reach such a unified command, but we're talking here about an army who has schools, structures. To reach this single command at the highest level, we were not able to implement entirely these principles because of many reasons, including the fact that we have inexperienced military personnel, we didn't have military academies, but to the extent of our possibilities, available means, we tried. So there are distinctions between a regular army command in terms of the principles you mentioned and what we achieved.
Yes. First, explaining the singleness of command, it means that there's only one commander for each command echelon. Is that fair?
po,
Yes.
In the restructuring, Azam Sula, as far as you were aware, was the overall commander. He was the first echelon of command. Is that correct?
po,
Yes.
There were lower echelons, but the general staff ultimately answered to Azam Sula.
po, raport.
Yes. Yes, based on principles and rules.
From Azam Sula, as I understand your testimony, orders and instructions on what steps needed to be taken.
Po, në atë kohë kur komo të marrë.
Yes, when it was possible to receive when he was inside the country and he could send those, but not all the time.
In a minute, one such example of that where you've testified that you consulted with Mr. Sula before a decision was made. But if we can continue on. You've described yourself in the Milutinovich trial at P01356, page 264, as head of administration of the General Staff, including disciplinary measures in its duties. Do you recall that? I can read it to you if you wish. Let me read it out to you to be fair to you. You were asked to describe your position. You said, well, as Chief of Staff, concrete duties would include preparation to raise the level of training of the staff and the KLA in general operations, disciplinary measures, as well as logistic and procurement issues, high level of readiness of the staff, and the entire KLA personnel. This was, in short, the duty. Would that be fair?
Po, kështu kam thënë.
Yes, this is what I stated as one of the duties.
And the directorates, as I understand the restructuring, the directorates of the General Staff would have been subordinate to you as the Chief of the General Staff. Is that correct?
Po,
Yes.
Now, you've testified in your SPO interview at P01355, Part 3, page 38, that because the KLA in November of 1998 was now also dealing with international representatives in political negotiations, it needed a political body to represent it internationally. Is that correct?
Po, pikërisht ashtu.
Correct. This is how it happened, and this is how the reorganization started.
You said to the SPO in that excerpt that the reorganization was closely linked to the talks and the ties that the KLA had established with the international community. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
Of 1998, were you anticipating a spring Serbian offensive for the spring of 1999?
Ne në atë kohë
First of all, we dealt with the reorganization. Secondly, it is the duty of the operational director of the general staff to think defense plans, but also anticipating offensives. So we are talking about this time in November where there was this unilateral ceasefire. We were implementing it, not the Serbian side. So we consequently were planning in advance and preparing for potential offensives.
Of its trial at P01356, page 5987, that during the winter of 98-99, the KLA forces were, quote, still in development. Is that an accurate assessment?
po, plotësisht është sakt.
Yes, this is entirely correct.
In December of 1998, involving Commander Remy, on the Podujevo line that then caused international representatives, including Sean Burns, to try to get Commander Remy to pull back his forces from the Podujevo line. Do you recall that incident?
Po, më kujtohet.
Yes, I recall it.
All that the operational directorate of the general staff, that Commander Remy wouldn't listen to requests from the general staff operational directorate to withdraw his forces from the Podujevo line?
Po, është sakt.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that an example of some of the difficulties that you still had in terms of the zone commanders, even into December, not necessarily listening to orders or instructions coming from the operational directorate?
Po,
Yes, this is true.
From roughly mid-November 1998 until early March of 1999, did you physically see Mr. Thaçi in Kosovo?
jo, deri
No, until the time he returned from Rambouillet.
Was outside of Kosovo between mid-November 1998 and early March of 1999.
prej asaj kohës në ndo
From November, December, he was abroad in Albania and in talks with internationals. This was a time where preparations were being conducted in view of the Rambouillet talks held in February. I know that during this time he was active and working in this direction.
Now, as you were continuing the process of restructuring, you've told the SPO that you divided the general staff into two groupings, the operational and the political groups. Is that correct?
Po, nuk nda
Yes, and not the general staff. The general staff was not separated into two groups, but the political part was divided into two groups to deal with internationals, OSCE and other international observers in Kosovo, and the military side would deal with military matters.
Political group would be dealing with negotiations with the internationals, correct?
po.
Correct, with negotiations.
And then the political group would not be involved in military matters, is that fair?
Po, ashtu është.
That's correct.
It was the operational group, the general staff, with you as the chief of staff and the other directorates that would be involved in preparing combat operations, training, and professional improvement. Is that correct?
Po.
That's correct.
So in preparation note 2 at paragraph 22 that you would not get involved in political matters, that you were dealing strictly with military aspects, correct?
Po, po pikërisht.
That's correct.
Now, you told the trial chamber in 2008 in the Haradinaj trial at transcript page 3291 that from May until September, combat operations were not authorized in advance by the general staff anywhere in Kosovo. Is that correct?
Po, sakt.
That's correct.
You also told the trial chamber in the 2008 Haradinaj trial at transcript page 3291 that from the time you first entered Kosovo until you left in September, there weren't regular communications between the general staff and zone commanders. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct. That's correct.
Now, before November of 1998, how would you, for example, communicate with zone commanders?
Vështirë ka qenë të komunikoj.
It was difficult to communicate unless I physically went to the zone or the person in question would come to the staff and we would be then able to communicate. But it was difficult. We didn't have any communication devices. We didn't have phones or radio. The only way to communicate with them was to physically meet.
But after the restructuring, you told the Milutinovic court that there was a communications room with a duty officer assigned. Is that correct?
Po, kjo është
Yes. This is after the reorganization of the general staff, operational directorate is set up, and within it we have the operations room where all reports and information is received from the zones, processed, and then delivered to the command, reporting on the situation on the ground from the said zones.
You told the Milutinovic trial chamber at P01356, page 5944, the role of the duty officer was to contact the operational zones, learn about their requests, and transmit these requests to the staff, but also to have a clear idea of what was going on in the whole territory of Kosovo. Is that accurate?
po.
Yes. This is an accurate description of the officer, the operational directorate.
The question of satellite phones. You were shown pictures of satellite phones in the prosecution's examination. You told the SPO at part 14 of your SPO interview that satellite phones only came into the KLA in December of 1998 and thereafter. Is that correct?
Po, nga diuni eme.
Yes, to my knowledge, correct.
Satellite phones being used in the KLA prior to December of 1998.
Nuk e di.
I'm not aware. I did not have such cases or where I could have seen such phones or used them.
Say, however, that since from mid-July, when you became the director of the operational directorate of the general staff, the operational directorate did not have satellite phones from mid-July until December of 1998.
Po, ashtu.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Thaçi was selected to head the political directorate, correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
At your SPO interview, part 7, page 18, that Mr. Sula and all the other directors too recognized Mr. Thaçi's political abilities. Is that correct?
Po.
That's correct.
Now, while still talking about the political directorate, you've testified in part 7 of your SPO interview at page 15 that the political directorate wasn't lined up below you as the chief of staff, but was lined up in a different manner, correct?
Po, ashtu është.
Correct.
Your testimony to the SPO, your understanding was that Mr. Thaçi was directly communicating with Mr. Sula? Is that correct?
Po, sakt që ashtu.
Correct.
And from 1998 into March of 1999, as far as you understand it, Mr. Thaçi was dealing with diplomatic issues with internationals and conducting negotiations and reporting to Mr. Sula, correct?
Po.
Correct.
Now, you were asked a question by the SPO as to whether the political, and this is at part 7, page 16 of your SPO interview, beginning at line 5. You were asked whether the political directorate oversaw the decisions of the general commander to make sure that they were as they should be, and your answer was no, the political directorate did not oversee the decisions taken by the general commander. Is that accurate?
Po, sakt është shumë.
Yes, it is.
And is it correct, as you stated in part 7 of your SPO interview at page 20, that the political directorate did not operate as some sort of civilian body overseeing the KLA's work?
Po, ashtu kam thënë.
Correct. This is what I stated.
And in your SPO interview at part 7, beginning at page 22 and going into page 23, you were asked whether there was civilian control over the KLA, and your response at line 18 is there wasn't such control. The control was with the general commander. Correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
Now, once the political directorate, as I understand it, was created for negotiations with internationals, but once the provisional government was formed in March of 1999, is it correct that the political directorate then ceased to exist within the KLA? Within the KLA, yes, within the KLA.
Po, ashtu.
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you did not issue any orders to Mr. Thaçi, and Mr. Thaçi did not issue any orders to you?
Po, saktë është.
This is correct.
Now, you've testified at part 10 of your SPO interview at page 21 that you did not know who Mr. Thaçi's deputies were within the political directorate. Is that correct?
Po, ashtu është.
That's correct.
Would that be because you didn't have anything to do with what Mr. Thaçi was doing in the political directorate?
Po, pikërisht ajo se nuk.
Precisely because I did not deal with this matter at all.
That you didn't know who his deputies were because they didn't have anything to do with what you were doing?
Po, pikërisht.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, continuing on with the topic of the restructuring, let me start by showing you a document. I want to return to a discussion now about the imposition of discipline, the creation of the military court, et cetera, and how that system came to be. But if we first put on the screen, please, DHT 03866 to DHT 03868, please. And witness, I apologize, we don't have an Albanian version of this. This is testimony from a person named Zoran Stijevic. Have you ever heard of that person?
Jo, nuk e di.
No, I don't know who this gentleman is.
Someone who testified before the ICTY publicly and worked for the Serbian State Security Service. And he testified that Serbian State Security had at least 200 live sources, meaning collaborators, within the KLA. Now, were you aware, as you were undertaking the restructuring, that the KLA had a collaborator problem within its ranks?
Në atë kohë,
At the time, during the restructuring process, but even before, we had problems, in particular in cases where in some villages civilians would put on the uniform as local police officers, specifically in the Dukajini's zone. Later on, I am not able to know exactly because the inquiries were not conducted as such. I am not able to confirm whether this number is exact, meaning sources within the ranks of the KLA, because I did not conduct any specific investigation on that. There are other departments who are supposed to deal with that, the counterintelligence and legal department. But I would say that if this number was correct, that such a great number of persons were sources within the ranks of the KLA, we wouldn't probably be here at all today.
First ask you this issue about people in the Dukagene zone. Can you clarify a little bit more what the problem was with people putting on uniforms of the Serbian police?
Po, kur fol
Yes, local policemen in some villages in Dugagini area, they would wear the uniform of Serbian local police, which was the uniform of the enemy and were more dangerous than any other soldiers that fought against us, because those people knew the area and could cause more damage compared to somebody from outside. For example, somebody from a unit from Serbia, let's say.
And what was it about them putting on the uniform that created the problem, if I understood you correctly?
po problemet ky është edhe lëvizjet tona.
Our movements, our positioning in those areas, if they were with local police uniforms, we had to confront them. And it was an obstacle in terms of our movements and our further development in that territory.
Well, you mentioned now that this was proper for the military court and counterintelligence, but let me discuss that with you now. You told the ICTY in a 2005 statement at paragraph 37, and that's SPOE 00183317 to 00183342, that there was no military court in the KLA until the end of 1998. Is that correct?
Si mendon në fund, deri në fund të
Can you please repeat until the end of which year? Can you please repeat the question?
Yes. You said that there was no military court in the KLA until the end of 1998. I'm told that the interpretation is translating it as 99. It should be 98.
pikërisht kjo ishte edhe pse u ndal.
That's why I stopped and asked you to repeat. Yes, 1998, that's correct.
You testified to the SPO at part 4, page 12 of your SPO interview, that during the summer months when you visited various KLA local staff, as well as in the first few weeks after you returned to Kosovo in November of 1998, you received a number of complaints from zone commanders about behavior in their zones, as well as lack of orders and rules from above to tackle such issues. Is that correct?
Po,
Yes.
SPO at part 4, page 19 of your SPO interview, that when you heard these complaints, you reported them back to the overall commander, Mr. Sula, correct?
po, saktë është.
Yes, correct. During the time he was there.
Now, in November and December of 1998, were you aware of information from internationals such as Sean Burns that were also reporting concerns to the general staff at this time about lack of discipline?
Po, disa.
Yes, in some cases, yes.
So when I say internationals, you were obviously aware of Sean Burns or KDOM or OSCE or IC or the Red Cross or Human Rights Watch. Those matters you were made aware of the incidents that they were reporting, correct?
Po, kujtohet pak.
Yes, I remember a little bit.
Of staff, the KLA began to grant access to the OSCE and ICRC to visit people who had been detained. Did you encourage zone commanders to grant the OSCE and ICRC access to detainees?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember this. Apart from the situation in the Shala zone, the command there.
Why the OSCE was able to gain access to detainees, for example, in the LAP zone? Was that a decision of Commander Remy's, or would that have been something coming from you as the chief of staff?
Jo, në këtë rast pak.
No, I know a little bit about this case. It involves Commander Remy, and this was discussed with the political representative Adem Demaci, and then Remy allowed them. There was no discussions with members of the staff, at least not with me. Maybe there were discussions with some other member of the staff, but that I'm not aware of.
As part of the reorganization, you were the one addressing the concerns that the zone commanders had raised to you, correct?
Po,
Yes.
As a result, you issued an order, and if we can put it on the screen, please, I believe it's 1D29, please. Okay, then the English version, which is SPOE 00119161 to SPOE 00119161 ET revised.
I think that is already admitted as 1D00029 ET.
It was not in the presentation queue, the English translation.
Then, if we could just call it up with the number I just read out, which is in the queue. Yep. Witness, do you recognize this order?
po,
Yes?
Order that you issued on the 28th of November, 1998, in response to information you had received about lack of discipline amongst KLA soldiers?
po, pikërisht.
Yes, precisely.
Point 4 of the order says the arrest, detention, or imprisonment of persons without an order from a brigade commander or above is prohibited, except in the case of critical combat situation or when various criminal offenses are being committed against members of the KLA, against individuals, or the civilian authorities. Now, why did you include that provision in your order?
I included it because there were complaints even before this time. And since it was a ceasefire and we had contacts with the internationals, the aim was to discipline all the soldiers. There were groups that were still not under full command, so the idea was to discipline all those groups and soldiers.
In your answer, you said we had contacts with the internationals. Is this order in response to the complaints that you had also received from internationals?
This order that we compiled with the general commander includes commanders, civilians, and internationals.
Witness, I'm being warned I'm speaking too fast, so I'll try to slow down for the benefit of the court reporter and interpreters. Now, Part 6 of this order says immediate measures of isolation, disarmament, and escort to the organs of the KLA military court are to be undertaken against the perpetrators of criminal offenses or violations of military discipline. Now, the reference to a military court, was the military court, as far as you know, set up also to deal with these issues of discipline and also perpetrators of criminal offenses?
In general, the legal sector was created at the time for these issues, that is, for disciplinary measures and also more serious offenses.
Okay. And you told the SPO at Part 5, page 10 of your SPO interview, and I'll just read it to you. Before this order was issued, we held a meeting as the General Staff, and it was discussed that the way things were being dealt with, in particular for the collaborators, and every other action now had to follow the legal procedure. And it was for the legal sector to decide whether this person was a collaborator or not, or to decide whether somebody had committed a criminal offense or not. Is that correct?
Yes, this is also correct.
Part of this order, your testimony is that also if someone was suspected to be a collaborator, you wanted that person to be sent to the legal department for processing?
Yes, precisely.
Now, you were asked who was present at this meeting of the General Staff where this was discussed, and this is at Part 5 of your SPO interview at page 11. You did not identify Mr. Thaçi as being present at the meeting, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, someone needed to be appointed as head of the military court, and you told the SPO in Part 13 or sorry, not the SPO, it's P01356. You told the ICTY at page 136, lines 16 to 18, you were asked, quote, "Can you please tell us who appointed Mr. De Bruna to this post?" Your answer was, "It was requested that a military court be formed, and following a proposal of the general commander, this is how he was appointed." So, first of all, the person that was appointed was Sokol De Bruna, correct?
Po, saktë.
Correct, yes.
He was appointed at the proposal of Mr. Sula. Is that correct?
Po, të komand.
Yes, of the command, and also it was a proposal by the commander of the Dugagini zone.
That would be Mr. Haradinaj.
Po, se nga zona t'i ka ardhur.
Yes, because he came from his zone.
Did Mr. Haradinaj make that proposal to you?
Pasi është bë kërkesa që të
After the request was made to find a soldier, a military person who has the relevant legal qualifications and able to take up that position.
Okay. How many candidates were there that were within the KLA and had the requisite legal qualifications to head a military court? Do you remember how many candidates there were?
Ja.
No, I don't. I didn't deal with that matter.
Mr. De Bruna was a member of the LDK. Is that correct?
Nuk e di në cilën.
I don't know of which party he was a member.
Military court was formed. Was it intended to be a proper and functional military court?
Po sunimi dhe vetë ushtri.
The objective of every army and restructuring was to make it functional, but we had to take into consideration the conditions and the circumstances of the time. We could not make it fully functional. From the very beginning, when we started with the restructuring and up until the end of the war, we did not manage to make certain structures fully operational.
Well, let me ask it a different way. Was the military court created as a ruse to make the KLA look better in front of internationals?
Po dhe të dilte mirë në sy ndërkombëtare.
To look better in front of the internationals, but also in terms of disciplinary measures against its own members.
It was both to actually impose discipline, which would then please internationals. Is that fair?
Në përgjithësi, po.
In general, yes.
Why wasn't a military court established before November of 1998?
Nuk kam më të formuar.
It could not be established before that because the KLA itself was not militarily formed from the military aspect. It was still being developed, still from different groups and units, as I explained earlier. I explained how it was from the moment I entered Kosovo and until the moment of reorganization. So it was impossible to do that. Even the staff itself could not function before that as a military staff.
Ceasefire in October that gave you an opportunity then to restructure and also to create effective review procedures for review of cases of crime and collaboration?
Po pikërisht kjo kohë na u dha që
This was a time when we had to reorganize and work to further develop.
Was it only because of the ceasefire that you then had the time to create effective review procedures, or to attempt to create effective review procedures such as establishing a military court?
unë tash po.
Yes, I said yes. It gave us the opportunity to restructure, to develop, to create the court, everything.
Now, you're aware that Mr. Thaçi is not a lawyer?
Po.
Yes.
Mr. Thaçi have a role in overseeing the work of the military court?
Sa më kujtohet mu.
As far as I remember, he didn't. That was not possible at the time.
Okay. Were there other lawyers available to you or to the general staff to appoint to the military court other than Sokol de Bruna, as far as you know?
Nuk e di që të një
I don't know. As far as I remember, there was this other person, Akron Berisha. But there were some others as well, but as I said, I didn't deal with this matter to remember precisely how many candidates there were and who was who.
Did you or the general staff have more resources that you could have given to the military court, such as additional lawyers or additional staff or additional money to make the court more effective?
jo.
No. I mentioned it earlier. As I said, I personally didn't know how many lawyers were available. As for funds, whatever we had were also means designated to this institution, but I cannot give you any other detail.
As to the order on the screen, you sent this order to all of the zone commanders, is that correct?
Po, është për cjallë gjithë e komunal.
Yes, to all the commanders.
And then you told the SPO at part 5, page 11 of your SPO interview, that you conducted, following delivery of this order, you conducted in-person meetings with them for further clarifications on how to implement it. Is that correct?
Po, pas kësaj se kemi pas edhe takim.
Yes, after this, because we also had meetings with zone commanders.
This order in particular?
Jo, veçantisht kemi diskutuar.
No, not in particular. It was discussed that this order was received by zone commanders and that they had to implement it.
And then you told the SPO in part 4, page 6, that by December of 1998, all matters related to discipline and compliance with the rules had been delegated to the head of the legal department, Sokol de Bruna. Is that correct?
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
And so among his roles, Sokol de Bruna was in charge of reviewing serious offenses, whereas disciplinary offenses were dealt with by the zones. Is that correct?
Po,
Yes, every zone commander would take the disciplinary measures. For example, brigade commanders would take disciplinary measures. in their own area.
And just for the record, that you said that at part 4, page 23 of your SPO interview. And then the prosecution asked you to clarify what you mean by serious offenses. And your response was at part 4, page 24, or sorry, page 22, that serious offenses were, and I clarify that by taking a civilian meant arresting a civilian, mistreating people, and if a soldier and commander had broken the rule of using the weapon, especially the checkpoints, or had broken the rule, not followed orders of superiors, these were considered serious offenses. So in the case of the arrest of a civilian, you said that wouldn't be a matter for the zone commander, that would be a matter for Sokol de Bruna? Is that correct?
Po, ashtu e kam.
Yes, this is what I said.
And that included the system that had been set up, included a detention facility that was established at the level of the general staff in Ladrovce. Is that correct?
Po,
Yes?
Now, I'd like to show you a document. This is P613. If we could have it on the screen, please. Witness, just take a look at this document. Have you seen the document before? It's unsigned.
jo asnjëherë.
No, never.
It purports to be a document of you reviewing an appeal on the 10th of December 1998 concerning an appeal of a soldier who had been sentenced. Do you see that?
Po, po shoh.
Yes, I see that.
Did you ever sign a document like this that you can recall?
Çka më mban mend asnjëherë.
To what I recall, never.
Have a role in reviewing appeals of the military court or have any other role in the military court?
Jo, në qoftë
No, I didn't. If there was a complaint made by me and addressed to the legal department.
So could a soldier, for example, who was dissatisfied with a sentence that had been given to him by the military court address you with a complaint?
jo.
No. That would go to the legal sector and then to the command.
Who was responsible, as far as you know, for setting up how the system of military justice would work?
Sektori juridik.
The legal sector.
De Bruna?
Po.
Yes.
How many courts there would be? Is that right?
Po sigurisht se është sektori juridik dhe ajo është
Of course, because it's the legal sector and he is professional in that field. And he would be able to make the assessments.
Record, you don't have a legal background. Is that correct?
jo, as pak.
I don't, correct. It's not my profession.
Did anyone else on the general staff other than Sokol de Bruna have a legal background as far as you recall?
As far as I can recall, Fatmir Limay had such a background. He had knowledge of legal matters.
Now, you've testified to the SPO at Part 4, page 8, that Sokol de Bruna was in charge of the day-to-day operations of the legal of the detention facility in Ledrovce. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
I'm sorry, I see the time, Mr. President. We can take a break now.
We'll give you a 10-minute break, witness. We adjourn for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we will continue with the questions from Mr. Misetich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Zarapi, let me pick up where we left off discussing the work of Sokol de Bruna. You told the SPO at Part 4, page 21, you were asked whether Mr. de Bruna had the logistics to ensure discipline from a legal perspective within all the KLA over Kosovo. And your response was, we supplied him with logistics to the extent we could at the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me turn to the topic of military police. You told the SPO that among the structures that were being established as part of the reorganization was the military police. Correct?
That's correct.
Told the SPO at Part 5 that the military police was divided in two levels, one at the general staff level and one at the zone levels. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told the SPO, and this is at Part 5, page 22, the main task of the military police of the general staff was to look after the general staff, to keep the general staff safe through their travels, whether they'd be moving back and forth to the command. whereas the military police in the zones was to keep their command safe, zone command safe, and then act upon the orders of the commanders in terms of safety. Is that correct?
Po, pikërisht.
Correct.
Testified that the military police at the general staff level were also in charge of executing Sokol de Bruna's orders issued by the legal sector. Correct?
Po,
Yes.
An order by Sokol de Bruna to the military police at the general staff level to arrest someone. Is that correct?
po, pikërisht.
Yes, correct.
De Bruna wanted someone arrested, would he go to you and then you would task the military police directorate, or would he go directly to the military police directorate?
Jo, nuk ka shku përmes meje.
He wouldn't go to me.
Military police directorate then?
Po, sa më kujt.
Yes, from what I can remember at the time, yes.
Now, the military police at the zone level, would they report to the military police at directorate at the general staff level?
Jo, policia.
No. The military police at the zone level would report to the zone commander. They would interact with the directorate of the military police only if they had matters such as trainings and others, but with respect to the commanding line, they would report to the zone commander.
An exhibit P9ET at page U0003206 to U0003206, and the same in the Albanian. Witness, this is a document that purports to be the rules of the military police. And if we look at point 4, it says the military police organs are subordinate to the military police directorate, which appoints the commanders in the military police operative subzones. Now, to the best of your knowledge, is that how the military police actually function in the KLA?
Jo, nuk.
No, this is not how it functioned. And when I read these rules, we need to have in mind that these rules were translated from English, and the duty described under number 4 was not there. It was not translated, so I don't know who included this point there. But it was never the case that the operational directorate would appoint commanders in the zone. Would they offer and conduct trainings? Yes, but not appointments.
Based on your answer now, did you authorize these rules as we see them on the screen?
Unë thash rregulloret I kam përgatitur të gjithë.
I said that I prepared all regulations for all directorates, including translations, but this point was not there when I had them translated. And I've said this before, I don't know who introduced this point here.
Witness, briefly, just I wanted to ask you, you made you told the SPO in preparation, when you prepared to come here, at preparation note 2 on page 11, you appointed Kurtesh Fonday as acting commander of Brigade 123. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct. In September 98.
Recall how you appointed him?
Po.
Yes. At the time, this was done orally, nothing was in writing. We were in the midst of fighting, so we could not do this in written form. When he was appointed, the reason for this was because the commander of this unit who left the territory, left the unit, and he, in his capacity as the chief of staff, I appointed him as an acting commander of the brigade until another solution would be adopted or until he would return from Albania.
Just 1 second, please. Now, did you participate initially in the formation of Brigade? Well, strike that. Yes. Let me flip to February of 1999 and late January of 1999. If we could have on the screen, please, SPOE 00226468 to SPOE 00226480ET. At page SPOE 00226476. Now, witness, have you seen these notes before? This note? It purports to be a note of a meeting of the General Staff on the 28th of January, 1999. Do you see that?
Po, Neshov.
Yes, I see it.
There seems to be a discussion of, and this is, just to put this in context, this is a meeting being held on the eve of the Rambouillet talks beginning, correct?
Me siguri, po.
Most probably, yes, but I do not recall attending this meeting because Rambouillet is mentioned here, international representatives.
Paul, a discussion about being at a meeting where a discussion about appointment of the KLA political group in the talks was discussed?
Još tjetër, është grupi politik që
This is the political group. Now, was this in this meeting or another meeting? I don't know.
Based on what you've earlier said to me that Mr. Thaçi wasn't in Kosovo at this time, who could have been at a general staff meeting discussing political issues? To the best of your knowledge.
sa më kujtohet në atë kohë,
As far as I can remember, when we discuss these matters, talks with internationals or talks in Rambouillet, we were informed about these developments at the time by Jakub Krasniqi, from what I can remember.
Others would have participated in a meeting such as this?
Nu keri.
I don't know. About this meeting specifically, I don't know, but they attended meetings when they were to be informed about talks and Rambouillet negotiations, so zone commanders would attend meetings. Now, with respect to this specific meeting, I don't know.
Which is SPO, I think it's within the same document on the page, which is SPOE 00226477, a meeting of the 1st of February, 1999. Now, do you recall being present at a meeting on the 1st of February 1999 where the topics of discussion were the possible Rambouillet meeting, consultations with operative zone commanders, and consultations with political parties?
Po, më kujtohet.
Yes, I do recall it.
Do you recall who was present at the meeting?
Për momentin jo.
Right now, I can't recall, but usually members of the general staff would attend these meetings,
Komandant.
or commanders, I don't know, but usually with the members of the general staff.
Was about, specifically about Rambouillet? Was there any dissatisfaction?
Në këtë kohë ka qenë
At this time, the discussion was about the developments in Rambouillet. Then the other point, so one of the points was the Rambouillet meeting. The other point was the consultations with the zone commanders, again related to the Rambouillet talks. And the third point, I read consultations with political parties. I know that there were discussions. We had discussions about the talks in Rambouillet. There were also consultations with the commanders. But I do not recall exactly who was present, because during this time there were more frequent meetings between the general staff members to discuss these developments, including the Rambouillet talks.
Do you recall that there were consultations with the zone commanders about the talks? Can you explain why the zone commanders needed to be consulted regarding diplomatic negotiations?
Po spjegparet është se dihet
First of all, it's not this meeting, but we had another meeting when the general commander was replaced, and there was some dissatisfaction from the zone commanders, some of whom did not agree for this agreement in Rambouillet to be signed. So they had authority in their zones, and it was they had their opinions, their stance, and so the staff had to consult them in order to make it easier for the Rambouillet delegation to come to a decision and sign an agreement.
Into evidence. It's SPOE 00226468 to SPOE 00226480. and specifically the page SPOE 00226477.
Any objection from the prosecution?
Is it just this page that, we've no objection, but just for clarity, is it just this page being tendered?
For now, it's just this page, and then I have two more pages in this range that I wish to put to the witness.
SPOE 00226468 to SPOE 00226480 at page SPO 00226477 is admitted.
Your Honor, that page will receive exhibit, and its corresponding English translation will receive exhibit number 1D00167. Current classification is confidential.
It can be public as far as I'm concerned.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. If we could turn now within this same range to SPOE 00226478, please, the next page. Now, Mr. Zarapi, this is notes from a meeting on the 4th of February, 1999. And again, there continues to be a discussion. First of all, let me ask you, do you recall being present at a meeting where these topics were discussed that you see on your screen? The KLA political platform for the Rambouillet conference talks, withdrawal of Serb forces from Kosovo, a discussion that the KLA should lead the delegation.
Yes.
So you were present at this meeting?
I don't recall, but I know we discussed these matters in meetings, including Rambouillet. But at the time I mostly dealt with preparing units, but most probably yes.
You could go to the next page in the series, which is 6479, please. And this is an agenda from the 11th of February, 1999. And what the second point is organizational crisis in the KLA. Do you recall what was happening? First of all, do you recall being at a meeting where an organizational crisis of the KLA was discussed?
Yes, I remember this meeting, but we members of the staff discussed. There was the matter of crisis, but also the personnel report regarding the partially operational zone.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender both of those pages as well. So the same range, SPOE 00226468 to SPOE 00226480, specifically pages SPOE 00226478 and SPOE 00226479.
Objection. SPOE 00226478 to SPOE 00226479 is admitted.
Your Honor, I assume these two pages are to be added to the same exhibit number, so they will be added to 1D00167, classification public.
Any reason not to attach them?
No.
All right. No. And it will be reclassified as public.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Witness, let's discuss some of the organizational crisis in the KLA in early February 1999. Now, in your SPO interview, you talked about being part of a meeting in Baice where changes to the general command of the KLA were discussed. And that was around the 6th of February, 1999, and this is at part 11 of your SPO interview at page 18, and you say there was an incident, and you say, at the meeting in Drenica, in the presence of two deputy commanders, there was an incident. Ramush Haradinaj didn't want Sokol Bashota to be present at the meeting. He got angry and he left the meeting, which means that the meeting had to be abandoned. Then the commanders and the general staff got together at another meeting, if I'm not wrong, in the village of Baice, where the zone commanders would put forward proposals who had to be the general commander. Is that correct?
Po, saktë është.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you were asked by the SPO, quote, can you tell me why does a meeting have to be abandoned with the general staff just because Ramush Haradinaj walks out? And your answer is because one of the zones were leaving the meeting. It wasn't just the person, it's a zone. Correct?
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
Ramush Haradinaj had a problem with Sokol Bashota. Correct?
Saktë.
Correct.
Next meeting was set up. Sokol Bashota was excluded from the meeting, so Ramush would attend. Correct?
Po, në
Yes, but I need to clarify this. After this meeting, which was interrupted, abandoned, another meeting was held. I think it was in Baice, where zone commanders and some of the members of the general staff, myself, Recep Selim and Fatma Lima, attended. The discussion proposals were put forward to replace the general commander Azem Sula with Süleyman Selimi. We had no further discussions about this. The next meetings happened when the delegation came back from Rambouillet, at which time the zone commanders and the staff members met. And at that time, neither Sokol Bashota nor Jakub Krasniqi attended the meetings with the staff. The delegation came, we had discussions, went back to Rambouillet. So this is the chronology of the events.
Step by step on what happened. So you have a meeting in Drenica, you invite people to a meeting in Drenica. Ramush Haradinaj shows up, sees Sokol Bashota, and says, I'm not participating in a meeting with Sokol Bashota. Correct?
kjo saktë është.
That's correct.
The next meeting in Baice, no Sokol Bashota. Correct?
Po, saktë është.
That's correct. On the same day.
Nuk ka ditë tjetër si Bashota.
It's the same day because I see the days are different here. One is on the 6th and then another date, but this happened on the same day.
Nevertheless, the point is that if Ramush Haradinaj does not want the deputy commander at a meeting where the general commander is going to be appointed, then the deputy commander will not be in a meeting. Correct?
Saktë, nuk ka.
Correct. He was not. Neither were present, Sokol Bashota or Jakub Krasniqi.
Ramush Haradinaj made it a condition that the deputy commander, Sokol Bashota, couldn't be there. Correct?
Saktë.
That's correct.
And then, if we could have exhibit P182 on the screen, please, at page 29. So this is dated 6 February 1999, and I believe this is what you mean when you say there was a second meeting that day. Is that correct?
Po, saktë.
Yes, that's correct.
People that you see on this page present at the meeting?
Po,
Yes,
About replacing the overall commander of the KLA, correct?
po, e saktë.
yes, correct.
And Ramush Haradinaj proposed Suleiman Salimi to be the overall commander of the KLA, correct?
Saktë.
Correct.
When you attended the meeting, you knew that that was the purpose of why the meeting was being called, correct? To appoint an overall commander?
Jo, nuk është e saktë.
No, that's not correct. When we went to this meeting, to attend this meeting in Baiz, when the meeting at Likots was abandoned, we told Recep Selimi and I decided to stop Ramush Haradinaj and ask him why he felt that way. And then we went to the other location. Ekrem Reja was with me. We went to Baiz. We discussed these problems, why Ramush did not like Sokol Bashota to be part of that. And then proposals were made about changing the commander. So these discussions began, there were proposals, and then the replacement of the general commander took place.
If we could go to page 32 of the document, please. If you look towards the middle of the page in Albanian, this is Commander Remy speaking at the meeting. Now, Ramush proposed Suleiman Salimi, correct?
Po, kjo.
Correct, that's clear.
You.
Po, është.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, these notes do not record that you expressed any opposition to being nominated for the position, correct?
Në këtë
At this meeting, when Rustem Mustafa made this proposal, I did not accept that post. I said that the delegation, we should wait for the delegation to return from Rambouillet, that I should discuss with them first, and then the changes at the general staff to take place, regardless of whether it was a position of the general commander or the deputies or the chief of staff and so forth.
Subsequent meeting where Suleiman Salimi was selected as overall commander. It wasn't this meeting, it was another meeting. Well, let's go step by step.
No, at this meeting, these discussions took place at this meeting, and it was at this meeting that the general commander was appointed. There was no other meeting for that purpose.
Let's go step by step. Let's look at this from a theoretical perspective first. What's happening here is theoretical subordinates of yours, meaning the zone commanders, and I say theoretical subordinates, are proposing the replacement of your theoretical boss. Is that what's happening here?
Po, po ndodh.
Yes, that's what's happening there.
What I'm going to suggest to you is there are only two options here of what's happening. And if there's a third, I want you to tell me what the third option is. But either you're attending this meeting where there's a discussion about replacing your theoretical boss because you're aware at the meeting that it's really the zone commanders who are the real power in the KLA and they have the power to do it. Or else, the second option is you are participating with your subordinates in an effort to overthrow your boss. So which of those two is it, or is there a third option?
Nuk ka opsion të tretë, është e parë.
There's no third option. It's the first one because the zone commanders had the authority. And that's why the proposals of the zone commanders are discussed. Recep Selimi, myself, and Fatmir Lima did not go to this meeting to change the general commander. We went for a completely other reason, for a problem that caused the abandonment of that meeting. And this was discussed at this meeting. I was against having this case discussed. I wanted the discussion to be postponed until the return of the delegation from Rambouillet, and only then to decide on the changes. So I was not for any changes to be made at that particular moment, but given the authority of zone commanders, we agreed to wait for the delegation to return from Rambouillet. Although the change happened at this meeting, it was approved upon the return of the delegation's return from Rambouillet. And that's when the replacement of the general commander entered into force. That is from Azem Sula to Suleiman Selimi.
As part of your answer there, you said that the zone commanders were in fact the real power in February. And I just want to bring up what I showed you yesterday, which was your testimony in 2005 to the ICTY. And I'll repeat what you said. And this is, again, his 2005 witness statement at paragraph 14, which was shown on the screen yesterday. You said, until late 1998, it is an obvious fact that more power laid in the hands of the zone commanders than in the hands of the general staff. And the only issue I have with the statement is that it wasn't just until late 1998, but as this example shows, it continued on into 1999. And would you agree with that, based on this incident?
Po, është e qartë.
Yes. That's correct.
Now, I want to show you something that, first of all, you know who Sean Burns is, correct?
Po, ka qenë udhëheq.
Yes, he was the head of the American KDOM.
Mr. President, at the request of a provider, I need to go into private session for a minute.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Mr. Zarapi, I had one more question, and it arises out of a question that was put to you by the prosecutor, where it was suggested that the zone commanders at these meetings or meeting where Suleiman Salimi was appointed the overall commander, that they weren't aware that Azam Sula was the overall commander. Now, I'm going to ask you how it would be possible that you, as the Chief of Staff, could have participated in a meeting where there's a discussion about appointment of an overall commander where you wouldn't have mentioned, we already have an overall commander.
Mendoni për këtë takim që kemi marrë.
Are you referring to this meeting that we held?
Jo, në këtë takim
No, at this meeting it was mentioned who the overall commander was. They knew at this meeting. I don't know whether they knew before that because they were in their respective positions in the KLA before me. So I don't know whether they knew who was at the central staff and who their general commander was.
Okay. Now, the Rambouillet agreement, is it correct that it could not be signed without the consent of the zone commanders?
po pikërisht ashtu ka ndodhur.
Yes, that's correct. That's how it happened.
Part of the Rambouillet agreement required the KLA to demilitarize and disband. Were you made aware of that?
Po, me marrëveshje.
Yes, according to the agreement.
That provision caused significant resistance among the zone commanders to agreeing to sign the Rambouillet agreement.
Po, është saktë.
Yes, that's correct.
You could have exhibit P01080 on the screen, please. Now, witness, what I'm showing you on the screen is a diplomatic cable written by Sean Burns to the State Department. And I just want to read a portion of it because it mentions you as well. And this is on page 3, please, paragraph 5. Yes. What Mr. Burns wrote, and the date of the cable is, I'll find it, but I believe it's March of 1999. He writes, Krasniqi, Buya, Bashota, and Military Operations Directorate Chief Zarapi have clearly indicated that the key problem in gaining the General Staff's endorsement of the Rambouillet Accords is the question of the KLA's future. The opposition to Rambouillet of zone commanders like Remy and Lushtaku probably flows from their fear that demobilization will cost them their hard-won power and influence. If we stop there, do you recall having that view as relayed to Sean Burns that the key problem was the zone commanders and their fear that demobilization will cost them power and influence?
Po, po.
Yes, correct.
Is the 10th of March, this cable is written, 10 March 1999. And then it continues, while political wing members like Thaçi, Krasniqi, and Buya can count on good jobs and power and influence as senior members of the Kosovo Provisional Government, the zone commanders stand to lose power once their troops put down their weapons. They therefore appear to be insisting that a formula be found which permits the retention of organized and armed KLA units. Is that correct?
Po, saktë.
Yes, correct.
Were you aware that that is in fact what the zone commanders wanted, was to be able to retain their units and their power bases?
Po, ishte
Yes. First of all, to retain the army and be part of that army. Because with the end of the war, they knew that they would be in their positions and that they had to get into politics. But as far as authority is concerned, yes, as zone commanders, when an army is disbanded and becoming civilian.
By the prosecutor about the meeting where the Rambouillet agreement was approved. And I'm just going to ask you if you recall what Mr. Thaçi said at the meeting as the reasons that they should agree. And I'm going to go through 4 points that Mr. Thaçi raised and see if you recollect these points. 1, he told the assembled members of the General Staff and zone commanders that Madeleine Albright had given guarantees about NATO bombing if the Kosovo-Albanian delegation signs and Serbia doesn't. Did he mention that at that meeting?
po, po, po.
Yes, yes.
By the United States that there would be a referendum on Kosovo's independence after 3 years.
Po.
Yes.
That the KLA would be transformed into a National Guard.
Si një lloj garde.
Sort of a guard, yes.
And 4th, that the KLA had ammunition only for a short period of time and the population risked starvation in the mountains if they didn't sign the agreement.
Po, pikërisht.
Correct. Because this information was provided by me. I knew how much ammunition the KLA had, to what extent it could resist, and what the risks were. We all knew those.
President, this is a good time to break then.
It's time for our scheduled morning break for a half hour.
No. He's done for the day. Yeah.
So we will be taking a break, and this is the end of your time today. We'll see you again on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Duty Counsel. Thank you for being here, too. You may leave the courtroom now. And we are adjourned till 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. We will begin hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04445. Before we start, Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Oh, yes, yes.
Sorry,
Mr.
Your
Tully.
Honor. Just as a matter of housekeeping, we notified this to the parties 2 weeks ago, I think, but just to remind that the Salimi defence will cross-examine the witness first, and it'll return to
Thank you for reminding us.
Thank you.
Now, Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in.
For the record, present is remote video conference room are myself and witness W04445.
Thank you. Good morning, witness. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Start your testimony. I will read to you a text of a solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our Rules of Procedure 141, paragraph 2. I will ask you to repeat the text aloud and to indicate your consent. So I will read a portion and then ask you to repeat that. Do you understand?
Yes.
The declaration is as follows. Conscious of the significance of my testimony, you may repeat that.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony, and my legal responsibility,
I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth.
I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I shall not withhold anything
and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, witness. You can be seated now.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 4 hours. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the counsel for victims, and once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you. Members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution's estimate for your examination is 1 hour. Victims' counsel will take approximately 15 minutes for questions. The defense estimates that it will need 2.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SPO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and we will try to accommodate you. We begin now with the questioning by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. They will begin first, and then they will be followed by the Victims' Counsel, as I said, and the Defense Counsel. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Before, but I will introduce myself again.
Yes.
The SPO. And I will be asking you questions for the next hour or so. Before I ask the presiding judge to go into private session to obtain information to establish your identity, I will note that, as I explained to you during your preparation session 2 weeks ago, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you might have information about, it is possible to admit your prior statement containing such information into evidence. And in order to do so, there are a number of procedural steps to follow, which I will turn after establishing your identity. Your Honor will need to move into private session, please.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer, to protect the witness's identity.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
The items I will be asking to be shown today are not for public broadcast, unless I specifically indicated that they are. Madam Court Officer, I'd like to show the witness 06665-TR-ET, Part 1, Red 3, side by side with the Albanian version, which is semi-RN, but at the end 80. Witness, this document refers to meeting with the SPO in October 2019. Do you recall that meeting?
Yes, of course I do.
And do you recall being provided with an opportunity to provide clarifications in relation to this statement 2 weeks ago?
Yes, yes.
But you made a number of clarifications to this prior statement.
Yes, I recall that.
Do you recall that these clarifications and corrections were included in a note which was read back to you?
Yes.
Subject to the corrections set out in the note, is the information provided in the statements I referred you to today accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I only spoke the truth, and I will speak only the truth.
Now, subject to the corrections and clarifications in the note, do the
You're welcome.
to today accurately reflect what you would say if you were examined today about the events recorded therein?
Yes.
I'd like to ask admission for the prior statement, the English and Albanian versions of the statement I referred to, which has 3 parts. And we also tender preparation note 1, which is 121682-121690.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection beyond those already raised in our written submissions. Thank you.
Zero 6665 TRET Part 1 RED 3 and the Albanian version of the same number, except it will be AT, is admitted.
Your Honor, Part 1 of that statement will receive exhibit number P01437.1, Albanian and English version. We still have 2 more parts, I believe.
I'm sorry, you
We have 2 more parts. This was the first part that received exhibit number P01437.1.
all right.
The second part will receive exhibit number P01437.2, and part 3 will receive exhibit number P01437.3. They're
Thank you.
classified as confidential.
Thank you. And then the note 121682 to 121690 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The preparation note will receive exhibit number P01438, and it's classified as confidential.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You did not mention the associated exhibits.
There is no
There are
associated
none?
exhibits.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, on the 21st of June 2004, the SPO submitted a proposed summary of this witness is now admitted Rule 154 statement to the panel, defense and victim. We have not received any objection, so with your leave, I will read the summary.
You may read it.
Thank you. WO4445 and his relatives supported the LDK. In 1998, KLA members abducted WO4445's relative. In 1998, WO4445's relative's body was found. Later, in 1998, several KLA members took WO4445 from his home and brought him to a location, telling him that they had been ordered by the headquarters to question him. WO4445 was held overnight in a room with no bed and no food. During his detention, WO4445 was interrogated, threatened, and mistreated. KLA members then put WO4445 in a car and drove him to his village, where they released him. It took him weeks to recover from his injuries, and the psychological trauma lasted much longer. Sometimes after his release, WO4445 was told by KLA soldiers that KLA soldiers were looking for him in order to kill him. He managed to hide and later escaped with his family. Your Honor, we'll need to move into private session for my next set of questions due to the witness protective measures.
Please into private session to protect the witness identity.
All rise.
Be seated. Just as a reminder, we are in public session. I failed to get out of private session when we left the room. We are in public session at this time. Madam Court Officer, you may bring the witness into the room. Are you hearing the translation all right, witness?
Yes.
Mr. Tully has some more questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Tully.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for the protection of the witness, can we go to private session, please?
Please into private session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I stand corrected. It was, I think, provided to Your Honours on the 21st of June, the roadmap for the rest of the case. And my understanding, as Your Honours indicated, you would see to what extent that information could be provided to the defence. Obviously, on this side of the courtroom, we're very interested in whatever we could receive out of that. So if there is an indication on when and what exactly we may receive, obviously, the earlier we could receive that would be much obliged.
We'll try to deal with that by Monday so that you have what information is available, if any.
Thank you, and understood, and thank you very much. And the other issue, very briefly, is just we obviously are coming up for the recess soon, and a certain amount of private holidays will be taken, but we'd like to get planning on what we need to do for after the recess as soon as possible. So if I could, and I'm not quite sure what the schedule is on this, but if I could request the prosecution to provide to us by next Wednesday, the updated list of witnesses that we're due to have. Obviously, with the understanding we don't quite know exactly which witnesses will finish this session, but the witnesses that we're due to have after the recess, so that will be in August, that would assist all of the teams, I think, a lot in trying to plan ahead. So if I could just put that request on the record, that would assist greatly.
Is that all able to be done in that time frame?
Your Honor, there is a timeline that's set out in the conduct of proceedings order that we provide that information a month before the conclusion of witnesses in any 3-month period. We would be able to provide it by that time. We can look into the request and see what would be possible by next Wednesday.
Given the fact that there's a long break, I think it would be reasonable to try to do it by a particular date. So
Sure.
just let us know Monday whether or not that can be done by Wednesday.
Yeah, that's
perhaps a number of witnesses or something.
That's not a problem, and we were planning on doing it sufficiently in advance of the start of the recess.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're adjourned until Monday at 9 a.m.
All rise.